President Todd, members of the governing board, thank you very much for letting me take a few minutes of your time and go over what we know so far from the data sources that we've been collecting that are related to the monitoring of the 4-day week. In the board agenda item, we posted the slide set. I hope you had a chance to look at them. I'm not going to be able to go through all those slides. There's just too much information there. So I'm going to hit the highlights, cliff notes, and then we'll have questions and we can go to slides. All the slides are numbered, by the way. So if you say, let's go to slide 6, we can all get there. You also in your governing board agenda item online, I gave you links to the dashboards, which are live survey dashboards that have the summary information from the parent, the school, and the district. So hopefully you will be able to either look at those over the weeks ahead or you've had a chance to look at them at this point. So if we could turn to slide 2, the second slide. The data sources that I'm bringing together tonight include earlier in the year, the Superintendent's Connect, Listen, and Learn survey, which is purely qualitative, but did have an explicit item on that survey for related to the 4-day implementation. So asking people to reflect on it. We had 569 responses, 197 chose to make comments on the 4-day implementation. The superintendent also had the superintendent's leadership meeting of all the student council leaders that came from all the schools for a luncheon and a leadership meeting. We have the teacher advisory group that has met a couple of times that I've been part on 2 occasions talking about the 4-day. And then I've been doing ongoing administrative, visiting administrative meetings, Fridays PDs, small group discussions, and one-on-one interviews with that. Finally, currently open right now is a parent fall 23 4-day survey, a school, and then a district survey of which I'll be talking about. So quite a bit of information and feedback. Slide number 3 summarizes the question, if I could get that over. Could we go to the next slide? There we go. All right. Slide number 3 basically takes information from all of those data sources and asks the question, what was the feedback on overall generalized satisfaction with the 4-day implementation at this point in time? From the Connect, Listen, and Learn survey, we had a 67% of those comments that were coming back were positive. On the parent 4-day, asking the explicit question, how satisfied are you with the 4-day? 76% indicating either satisfied or very satisfied. School staff, 77%, and district administrative staff was 81% at this point in time. The ratio of positive to negative I put on there because the scales that I'm using on a lot of these surveys are 6 points, where it ranges from very unsatisfied and unsatisfied. And in the center, there are 2 points that can go both ways. They're kind of neutral points, slightly unsatisfied, slightly satisfied, but that's your center point, that's your neutral point, and then the definitive am I satisfied or very satisfied. So the ratio I put in here of the positive to sort of a negative sentiment on here is about 3 to 1 on the Connect, Listen, and Learn. I'm sorry, that says CCL instead of CLL. About 3 to 1 on the superintendent's survey. The parent is 5.4 to 1. School staff is about 13 to 1. And district staff is about 5.5 to 1. The student leaders, we didn't have that explicit survey or that explicit scale to measure with those, so they listed out sort of bullet points. And it was generally observed by us attending that meeting that they were listing out more positives they were thinking about and documenting than negatives. Yes.
Could we just have a quick question while we're on, just so I know?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
It's this scale item. That's language I'm not familiar with. What does scale item mean?
Scale item means it's not an open-ended response where they're providing a narrative to it. It's providing the scale that they're choosing an option. Another phrase to that would
It's
be
not anecdotal.
no, it's a fixed,
actually a number.
yeah, fixed, yes, a fixed choice option, if you will. Sometimes it's called. I refer to them the scale. They have a scale to choose from, a Likert scale to choose from. So the data presenting so far shows, as we talked about, I believe, earlier in the year when we had an earlier meeting and talked about it, generally positive sentiment coming back from all of the stakeholder groups. It is not 100%. That doesn't mean there are any criticisms, concerns, or that. It just means what's the weight between the responses that we've gotten from these different data sources in whether they're generally satisfied versus not. That make sense? Okay. On slide number 4, I wanted to take an opportunity to bring together all of the qualitative data as well as the scale data or the satisfaction data. So to summarize it, I think it's fair to say that from all data source components indicate a substantive positive sentiment on the 4-day as implemented to date. I put down here as a comment to you, generally about if someone had to ask me what was the ratio or the balance, I'd say it's about 70-30 on it. So 30% is not an inconsequential number leaning towards that sort of not satisfied with it. As I said earlier when I talked to you about the Connect, Listen, and Learn survey, someone can be positive about something and say, yeah, I think it's going pretty well, but that doesn't mean that that person doesn't also have a series of concerns or ways to make it better on that, if that makes any sense with that. So the positive affirmations seem to be in the context of balance, of work life. From a student perspective, it was, their school versus non-school life, and that time, the addition of time through the longer weekend, family, the connection through all of the comments, this connection to having time, relaxation, family is clearly there, and then a general sense of wellness. Students would be saying in that meeting, the long weekend gives me a chance to relax, regroup, recover, decompress, do things with friends or whatever. In the case of staff, it is a longer weekend to do exactly the same thing. Work hard for the first part of the week, and then that longer weekend, Fridays, open up things that they felt were beneficial. Not everybody, but that's what I mean by this idea of wellness through it. We also investigated and asked at this point in time how the 4-day impacted new hires' decisions to join Liberty, the Liberty School District. And the data suggests substantive influence of the 4-day schedule as a primary determinant for choosing to come to work here. Not for everybody, but if in the center of that scale, it's very important, it's not important. In the center is like, well, it wasn't a big issue for me. I came to work here, but it was part of it. In this case, the positive sentiment was clear in both the school staff, which is 80+% teachers certified, and the district staff as well. That's with that. That finding was supported by my personal data collections of going to meetings, having discussions with administrators, having discussions with teachers about their colleagues, things about how important the 4-day was to having a larger pool of candidates at any given site to choose from, the depth of that pool, and also the quality of that pool. That some comments made that I was able to choose higher quality candidates and I had more choice to do that with because of the 4-day on that. So the concerns though, the concerns here, I don't want to understate at all because 70-30, 75-25, that's a considerable proportion of people that have concerns. So in the general concerns area across all the stakeholders, there's some that dislike the 4-day, dislike it, dislike the decision, dislike the switch from the traditional 5 to a 4-day, and they weren't in favor of it. And I think that bears out through the comments from this. And that includes teachers as well, by the way. It's not just unique to parents, although parents' responses would be more in this realm. That the traditional 5-day is better. Some cited evidence that suggested that the 4-day was not as good as the 5-day. And they cited research that it's not good for students, and the decision was made not in the best interest of students for that. So they have. So there's I have this category in here that's just fundamentally dislike or not in favor of the 4-day structure, and to honor that voice, I think one has to acknowledge that. In the data. The loss of instructional hours and to a certain extent, not listening to a segment of that group. And on the slide here, yes.
You said the loss of instructional hours.
Yes, there are a number of, quite a few comments.
Anyone realize how many hours it was throughout the whole year?
I think it was, how many, 30 hours, 32 hours?
We have it. I don't
We
know
have
what
it.
it is off the top of my head.
Yeah. There was a loss of instructional hours.
Yeah,
in time.
30
Yeah,
in a year.
yeah,
For how many days?
yeah. Oh, I'm not judging.
Yeah, I'm just asking if that, if the public really understood that. Did we do a good job of explaining that story? So that's the only question I have, was more of the same thing.
Okay. Yes, it's there in the data, would you say. Now, it's not all through it, but there's this group. This group that I put on as dislike or not in favor of the structure for whatever reason. Then another group that is in this concerns area are working families. That the switch from the 5-day to the 4-day and presenting the Friday comes up in this subgroup that's saying that presents a hardship in some ways. Fridays, there's limited leap locations. Transportation came up a number of times throughout the different data sources. Financial costs, childcare, in diet. So I'm searching for the source of why the negative sentiment would be there. And so this is a small subset. And then the third source of sort of the criticism or concerns that might be in the negative side would be simply parents and people reflecting that they don't think students are benefiting from the switch to the 4-day. So I'm really looking in this data, not just the long, extensive list of it's great, it's wonderful, I love it, have 4-day, 3 days with the family, more time for appointments, looking at, because that comes out everywhere in all of the scale data, as well as the comments. It's the smaller group that I'm trying to give voice to in this. So other concepts that come into the concerns is this idea of compression, taking 5 days, moving everything from 5 days into 4 days, and having to complete, whether you're teachers, whether you're administrator, whether you're a parent, the idea that there's compression, it adds a sense of stress. You're trying to fit everything in that we all traditionally have 5 days in our sort of mental model, and we kind of think about, well, we can put it off to here, we can make it up here. In the 4 days, there's really this voice that says it's harder to make those things up on it with that. So overload, things like that. The impact on working families, I've mentioned, childcare finances. Longer instructional days came out with the students as well as the teachers, as well as the parents. The idea to be careful of fatigue, tiredness. The student council representatives, I think break in the afternoon was a theme that came in. We really would like a break at that. And staff, the 4 days results in tension between that one Friday of PD and a packed, compressed 4 days, and trying to have time for planning and preparation in there with that. And there's a tension and a conflict inevitably because time is lacking on it with the single 4 day. So that's my take on the hundreds and hundreds of comments that came along with that first table data where we just blatantly ask, up front explicitly, how satisfied are you with the 4-day implementation? And you get this 75, 25, 70, 30 type split between positive and some concerns. And then looking explicitly at those that are not so positive to it and what's their voice saying with it.
So let me interrupt you, Ed. So President Todd, members of the board, we committed to bringing updates on the 4-day week to you guys as we gather data and as we talk to people. And Ed's done a really tremendous job of trying to capture the spirit of all these conversations he's had. And so he was just going to go over those 4 slides, and you guys in the board update, all these links were sent to you earlier. But we just wanted to entertain any discussion, questions. I know a few comments have been made about kind of what are some of Ed's findings to date. We'll probably bring something back near the end of the year to see how this has evolved, to update the data. But we wanted Ed to kind of give a 100,000-foot point of view of what he's seeing from the data collection and just bring it to the board for discussion, to beat it up, talk about it.
I do have a couple of questions. It might be Ms. Camp that would be better suited to answer it. I understand the fact that we don't know the impact on student performance at this point because really we're only into the first trimester. So I'm assuming that this negative aspect is we don't have enough data will work itself out by the end of the year. We'll know by then. Right?
That's correct. And we've had a bit of a conversation about it. We have really the trimester 1 benchmark, which we just completed, and we have the data back in November. However, we did 3 new curriculum adoptions. We changed the blueprint of the benchmark. So to go back and compare the Tri 1 today for November and a Tri 1 last year, we're looking at 2 different tests. One can do it. I refrained. I actually had a slide in here that was going to talk about that, and I took it out because I don't think the data is there yet. Certainly when we get to the end of the year, and especially the summer in May and June, and we have the state assessment that is apples to apples with that, we'll see what the ultimate outcome. However, what it's due to the 4-day versus 3 new curriculum adoptions, all of the focus we've been placing on formative measures and collecting data on a week-by-week basis, our Cambridge, our other formative things that are happening with effort through every single day, it's going to be impossible to say the test scores went up or went down because of the 4-day. It's going to be a collection of it as much. Too many variables on it.
But I think the more time we have with it, the better. Then you can start to isolate some variables a little more. There's so much happening at once that unfortunately it takes us a few school cycles to really feel comfortable and make a bold statement to say, hey, here's where we are with this. It's going to take some time on that.
I know what the attitude question is. We asked it on achievement And it's very positive that people think there's either no impact. I mean, I think it's in the 90% for most of the stakeholders, 90% that either say there's going to be no significant impact on directly by the 4-day on student, or it's going to be positive. There's the belief that 4-day is going to harm achievement from the stakeholders is there's a very small proportion of people that are indicating that.
Now, as I look at slide number 3, yeah, and we look at the positive outcomes, to me, that just screams of quality of life. To me, that's saying the staff likes the fact that the quality of their life has improved, and they like it. Now, if I take a look at the negative ones, and I look at the staff response to the negative, 12.8, that's more than double of the other two groups as far as dissatisfaction. Do we know what specifically that dissatisfying part is?
Could you say what slide you're on again?
I'm on slide 3, and I'm just looking at a raw number.
About the ratio number on the staff.
Oh, on the
school
staff side? You mean the proportion of very positive to
Right,
explicitly negative? Say, and the question again is why?
You know specifically what the negative aspect of the 4-day week is for the staff?
Yes, there's many comments about the staff, this whole
One.
oh, no, in fact, we have I won't go into the slide, but the slide is in your data set, in your slide set here, that is from the school survey about work-life balance, job efficacy. That, they're all very positive, but there is a negative
Yeah,
component
so we
to it.
can't really grab onto that one negative thing, because there's more than one.
It's comments about compression, lack of time. The 4 days were more sort of focused. It's a longer day. And there's this tension between time for planning and preparation and the 4-day, the 1 day a month, that's 4-day. And so those things are competing. And that's bringing out, not necessarily they're all negative, but even people that say it's positive have these concerns or feel these stressors in their day-to-day working activity, if you will.
And there's one other thing, is this is just a statement, and I don't know how to work this in, but one of the things that was exceptionally remarkable to me in our recruitment with the 4-day week was that we didn't just pick up all the teachers we needed, all but one, which was a practically impossible position to fill. But we not only picked up those teachers and filled our buildings, they were people who had experience. They weren't brand new teachers. So I don't know how you factor that in. It'll probably be an outcome with the student performance. But for me, that was huge.
And that's to the discussions I've had to date with administrators or listening to them talk about things like HR or hiring and stuff, I would be saying at this point, my sense is that the 4-day resulted in a deeper pool and a higher quality pool of applicants. I haven't interviewed all administrators and been to every campus yet. As I continue through the year, I will be though, and asking that specific question about new hires and their ability to fill highly qualified teachers.
This looks real positive to me. So.
A little bit of a comment here. It's going to be interesting to see how this data kind of breaks itself out over the year, because I'll just myself, change is difficult and it takes a while for people to adapt. So I'm very interested to see what this looks like, you know, maybe 3/4 through the year, and see how people have adapted. You know, I'm talking more about staff and administration. We knew going in that this was going to be difficult for parents. I mean, those changes in how they're doing the work. One of the things I'm seeing, and I see it really positive, yes, it's only Estrella that I've been talking to teachers and then some of the parents, but what I'm seeing is the homework being given to the students that's not due till the following Monday. So my kids, for example, are doing their homework on Friday instead of Saturday and Sunday or during the week. For us, it's huge. It's really helpful because Kind of just, so the kids are staying busy if they're doing their work on Fridays, but it's homework. So they're not being stuck with that every night. So I think that's something, if it's not being done throughout the district, maybe it's something we need to start pushing a little bit on with the teachers and saying, let's see about, instead of nightly homework, doing something in that direction. And what was my other one? I was always concerned about maybe having a 10-minute break in the afternoon for the kids. It's always been something that I thought maybe was necessary, especially for the poor boys. Sitting in a seat all day is very difficult for me. I can, and I know my boys too. Something probably to take a look at. But thank you. It's very informative.
Great. I might, about the wellness issue, and I'm using that phrase, there was a specific question on the parent and the teacher about students' adjustment to the 4-day. Very positive, not 100%, but very positive, and I'd invite you to look at that. It's on slide, I believe, slide 13 for the parent one, on how parents felt their children are adjusting to the 4-day.
Dr. Sloat, I have one question. You talked about some of the negative feedback we had. Just wondering, did we see in the positive group like multiple positive things and then the negative side just one negative, or was it kind of poured on negative? Does that question make sense?
Yes, I'm concerned that I'm making, I'm weighting the negatives in the discussion. The positives were throughout. I mean, in any of the sub-questions I ask about the dimensions of how it's impacting students and achievement and families and that kind of thing, positives, were multiple positives, appointments and time and relaxation, weekend, that longer weekend activity for teachers. And so, yeah, the positives are multidimensional, many different positives. But also in the negatives. It's not just one person saying, it's too long a day for my child, and that was the only thing. It's more apt to be, there's a long day for my child. We have less family time at the end of the day. And that bothers me. That's a concern for me as a reaction. And the Fridays I can't get appointments because many doctors don't have Friday schedule. That was interesting to me on that we say, well, you have more time on Fridays to make things like medical appointments, and more throughout the comments from parents saying, well, wait a second, no. There's a lot of doctors that don't have appointments on Fridays with that. And I thought there's an interesting, unforeseen aspect. So yes, all of the positives, all the negatives are multidimensional. Rarely are they one thing. And they're all correlated, as you might think.
Guessing the doctors probably saw a lot of what we see parents take off on Fridays and are gone. So there's probably not as many students traditionally that are trying to get into the doctor for wellness checks on Fridays versus another part of the week. Be interesting to talk to doctors about that. Members, any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to item 1.4, the road ahead, building school number 8, transportation and deferred maintenance. Dr. Monroe.
President Todd, members of the board, first I'd like to say happy holidays. I hope you and your family and friends enjoy a very good holiday season. And so I want to discuss with the board the road ahead. And the bond failed, so now what? What's plan B? So I'm going to paint with some broad brushes and tell a brief story on these slides, and then we can discuss and beat up. Beth and Bob, Natasha can interrupt me as we kind of go through this, but we wanted to paint a big picture for the board about what would be our plan to make sure we're that we're going in the right direction. The board feels confidence, and if we need to do a U-turn, we do a U-turn, but we don't want to spend more staff time on it before bringing it to the board. So what is the plan with the bond failing? In particular, transportation complex, the deferred maintenance to schools, and school number 8. Next slide, Minnie. I do want to point out that as you look at the road ahead, I see some clarity for maybe 2 to 3 years, but after it starts to get a little blurry. And so I do think it's going to be in the board's best interest as we talk moving forward to consider a bond potentially in November 2025. That would be after the next election year. And remember, if a bond passes, the funds are not available until the year after. Thanks, Natasha. Some good news. We were just told, hot off the press, last week, Beth was told the school facilities division moved up school number 9 from 29 to 28. So that's very welcome news for us. If we do go for a bond and we talk that over as a board, again, I'm at a very high level. As a superintendent, I think it's a lot smaller amount of money, very slimmed down and studied approach, similar to some of the bonds in the past. And maybe that puts us in a better market to be able to pass the bond. So stay away from 100 million, maybe get down to 50 million or something. And again, this is all higher level, just kind of throwing these things out. All the bonds from the 2019 authorization have been sold, as the board is aware. So Rick Bramer, our demographer, Beth is communicating with him right now. He's gonna come and present to the board. We think it might be January 8th or in January. He'll do that presentation, but I took one slide, I've studied it, we just got it. Here's how I see Rick Bramer's presentation is he looks at the next 10 years of growth and liberty, and he breaks it up into 2 parcels. The first parcel is the first 5 years. So if you look at this slide, the first 5 years, 23 to 28, he sees the growth near where we're planning to build school number 8, which we know projects about 700 students. We're already trying to acquire the land, all of those things that the board is aware. That's in the first 5 years as you look at his study. And then the second part is the second 5 years, which again, this is not a secret. The board knows all this. The higher growth is in the southern area, in the Estrella area, where school number 9 could potentially be built. Now, you'll notice on the slide it says an elementary school or a junior high or a middle school. So that will come up in just a minute, okay? Because again, remember, we're talking about the road ahead. Big picture, looking out onto things. So first, let's talk about deferred maintenance. Earlier, I think right about the time I was hired, the board gave staff direction to spend $7.9 million on some deferred maintenance. And remember, the Gordian Group came on and presented. Well, we would take $5 million of that money potentially to finish phase 2 of the transportation complex if we needed to be able to find a way to finish this transportation project. That would leave us a balance in the deferred maintenance of only about $3 million, where we would need to prioritize what would be the maintenance projects that we get done. And you'll notice I put down some of our schools that were in the most need in the Gordian study: Estrella, Freedom, Rainbow Valley, West Star. So we'd have to really prioritize what that deferred maintenance is and what are the projects we take on. I will say, since Bob has been hired, we've been very aggressive. I think that's a very apropos word, to submit all eligible projects for the SFB. There's 2 more on the agenda tonight for HVAC. And so we'll continue to do that. I know Bob and I are going to lunch with our liaison from the SFB here very soon, because we really want to grease the rails and have the state pay for stuff so our own taxpayers don't have to pay for it. But that would be a change, would be potentially taking some of that deferred maintenance money to use for transportation. So stay with me here. So transportation. So we need approximately probably $6 to $7 more million to finish phase 2 with the buildings and such with transportation. Okay, all higher level stuff. We could potentially use about $5 million from the deferred maintenance and then look at $2 million from the last bond sale to be able to complete our transportation facility. So in essence, we were going from 1 phase and then we went to 2 phases of transportation. Now we could go back to almost 1 phase and finish transportation project. So the grounds, the infrastructure, and the buildings, potentially for transportation. School number 8. Okay, again, I'm just kind of walking through and telling the story here. SFB has given us $23 million in change for the school. Let's say the school costs about $38 million, $35 million. I'm putting a number out there. We need to come up with the difference. So I know Beth is continuing to review our bond fund for extra capacity, and we're exploring different funding option. But let's say we don't get up to that amount. I would recommend a phased approach, which the board is experts at, because that's something I was told that Blue Horizon did, to build a K5 or K6 at the new school site. Now, keep in mind, this phase could work in our favor if there was a future move by the community and the board to want to move to a junior high or middle school model, and I'll talk about that. That would change the scope of a second phase potentially if we ended up doing that. If we follow a blueprint like Blue Horizon, which we're bringing to the board tonight, it's faster, it's more efficient, it's less expensive, we know how to maintain it a little better, so there would be some advantages there. Now, moving forward to school number 9. Again, it gets a little less clear, but we're moving out there. School number 9, likely in the southern area, could potentially open at 2028. We likely need a bond, obviously, for our deferred maintenance and to build an additional school. However, I would propose that we consider some program movement next year to free up space at Westar, which is our highest school, our most attended school in that area, and that the demographics support. Next year, we would have a space utilization study. So Bob and staff and principals would basically do a space utilization study of all of our campuses to carve out space, to see where we have classrooms and where we could be able to move programs. It's not our intention to move programs and jerk kids around. However, when you're in a growing district, sometimes that's how you have to create space, boundaries, or moving programs. So next year, we would study potentially special education, gifted preschool programs potentially being moved to other sites to create some space. So as the board is aware, preschool is very important to our community, and also it helps us enroll students. It helps people stick with us when they have a great preschool experience. I know Mrs. Camp and I have talked quite a bit about MAG and MAG being moved and then expanding that program, making it more centralized, adding a classroom, adding a grade level potentially. And some of our special education programs, unfortunately, where they occupy classrooms or where there's equipment, we might have to do a careful look at, does there need to be any movement with Mrs. Hamrick to facilitate space? So school number 9 could open 27-28 pending funding. Could be a middle school, junior high school if we found the appropriate size land and we found the money to be able to do it. So let's talk about the middle school or junior high. I use those interchangeably. I was in a district, I was in the Higley district. We went from K-8s to all K-6s and 2 junior highs. Okay, so I'm familiar with the conversion and the slow process of how it happens. However, I was a principal in that district, so I was in a different role. But if the board is so inclined, because I know various board members have made comments to me when I've met with them, we could put together a committee to really study this idea of a middle school, which would be maybe 6, 7, and 8, or a junior high, which is 7 and 8, to really study out, starting next year. We have time, but there's a lot of considerations when you go to that model, when you have electives, you have staffing, you have athletic facilities, you have space, you have lab classrooms. It's not as easy as one would think, and arts and clubs, yes, a lot of different things. If the board was so inclined, obviously we would have a committee that would involve parents, the community. We would honor the community voice. Again, up in the air could be the idea of studying this idea of a middle school, junior high, and bringing a recommendation to the board after a committee works to say, hey, here's some survey data, here's what we figured out, here's how much we think it would cost. We could potentially have a middle school, junior high in the north and one in the south. So we could build a new one. Okay, we could build a new one, and then we'd probably need to convert one of our schools in the south to it. So if you remember 2 minutes ago, how I said school number 8, if we build it in phase 1, we may not have to complete that phase because we could choose school number 8 or another school in the south if we converted it to a middle school or junior high. There would be a cost because we'd have to convert classrooms and make labs and, the appropriately sized furniture and those kind of things. But the fact that we would only build a phase might work out for us in school number 8 because that might end up being a K-6 anyways down the road if the board is so inclined for us to study that. Bob tells me middle school, junior highs typically take 18 to 20 acres, whereas an elementary is about 15 acres, primarily for athletic facilities and such. I have started conversations with some in the Estrella area about joint use of facilities and things like that with the high school, if those are possibilities, because we want to be really smart. But if the board was so inclined, we could bring something to the board, a recommendation down the line after we study it out a bit to see if the community was inclined to really change our model of delivery. So last two slides. So what does this mean? So next year, this is what could potentially happen. We absorb growth. Okay, everything stays the same. We absorb growth. We monitor closely class size, add staffing where needed. We build School 8. We build the transportation complex. Bob and company perform a space utilization study. We communicate with the governing board and parents. We evaluate program locations and movement considerations. We begin a long-term committee study of a middle school, junior high implications if we want to go down that road. We propose new boundaries to adjust for 25, 26. So that would be next year. We'd almost stand pat while a lot of the work has to be done. However, the year after, we would open school number 8, which should likely be a phase 1, K5 or K6 to alleviate Las Brisas and Blue Horizon primarily. We could consider going out for capital bond to help construction and FF&E. That programs could start at their new sites. If we were to move programs, they would start at their new sites. Continue and finish our long-term committee study on the middle school, junior high, which I think is like, let's take a field trip to this district. Let's see how this school is different. Let's talk to these leaders who have been through the conversion. And then we would immediately in 2 years start planning for school number 9. So if an elementary school takes, a year to 18 months to build, a junior high is even just a little bit longer. So I know that's a lot, but I kind of wanted to paint a picture of what we're thinking for the road ahead and just talk through it with the board and discuss and see what some of your thoughts are. Again, very, very broad. So, and Bob and Beth, Natasha and I can talk through it with you guys. Sure.
Just got a question. Where's the big push to completing phase 2 of the transportation? So, where's that coming?
I was asked, where's the big push for finishing phase 2 of the transportation? I don't know if the big push is coming from anywhere necessarily. However, I'd like to finish a project if we could finish that. Now, if the board said leave phase 1 and we'll deal with the buildings later on, we could do that. But I guess the big push would be for me, Board Member Aguirre, because I just hate to see things that are undone. If we could check transportation off the list, but that may not be an approach the board wants to have. Maybe we use that money elsewhere.
So the idea when we went out for the bond listed the transportation facility was for future growth, and that's why we purchased the 52 acres. But the big push was for deferred maintenance because of how old the schools are getting, and that we really needed to step up our maintenance schedules. And it was my understanding that we would complete phase 1 and then go out for another bond in order to do a future phase if the growth of the district necessitated that at the time.
Yeah, that's certainly an option we could do. We could just have phase 1 of transportation, phase 2 on a future bond. However, voters typically don't care too much about transportation, but we could do that. So what I offered tonight is just an alternate plan. And again, nothing set in stone. I just want to make sure we're all aligning our arrows so we don't have staff spending a lot of time. If the board is more prone to, hey, let's not finish transportation, let's use that for deferred maintenance, that's something we could definitely do. And I don't, being new, I don't have a lot of that history. I understand. I've learned a lot about that. If we could finish a project, that would be great. But again, I wasn't here at the genesis of it. If the genesis was to do one half and then pass a bond to do the other half, we could certainly keep up that end of the bargain and do that.
Dr. Monroe, I got a question about transportation. The bond did have in it some new buses. How are we without the bond passing and not getting those buses? Are we going to be able to accomplish transportation needs?
Yeah, do you want to speak to that a little bit, Beth? Yeah, we actually just had a meeting with transportation because, that's a concern with our fleet, so.
So on this latest sale from the 2019 authorization, we do have slated on there for the remaining of the buses, but it doesn't mean we have to spend it this year or next year. We've got that time frame that we can use that and get them all our buses as to the original allocation in 2019.
Oh, good. I was afraid we wouldn't. Other questions? I'm real interested in the junior high. But, and I was told that there is a statute that would prevent this from happening. Can we keep our ninth graders? Can it be a 7, 8, 9?
I don't know that. I don't think so, but I would have to check because that gets into Buckeye Union and us.
People going, no.
Yeah, my guess is no, but I see what you're,
I was told that there is now a statute that says you can't do that, but I'm unfamiliar with it.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think so, but we could check. When I was in Higley years ago, when they converted, you know, it was a big thing. The process was about 1.5 to 2 years, and everything came down to, are we going to make a 6, 7, and 8, or are we going to be a 7 and 8? And they actually landed on a 7 and 8, which actually I thought was better for them at that time. But there was never any discussion about the ninth grade. So I'm doubtful, Paul, that we could do that, but
When I was
we can
in
always
Prescott,
ask.
we were, our junior highs were 7, 8, 9, and it worked.
Yeah. Prescott's a unified district, though, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
It is a unified.
And we're in elementary, so.
One.
Yeah. So again, this is the road ahead. Like I said, for 2 years, it looks like there's potentially some clarity, and then it gets a little fuzzy. But yeah, a lot of things on the table.
I have a question. Mike, I missed you. Beth, you mind if I take that one? Thank you. I'm not necessarily opposed to using the deferred maintenance, but I would like to know, how do we catch that up if we do use it, and how quick can we catch that up? Is that something that just rolls over to the next year? That's a lot of money, 5 million, you know, and so how quick, like, what does that actually set us back in the deferred maintenance? So, you know, I remember that presentation pretty well.
Very
and
comprehensive.
It was, and we definitely need to take care of our buildings that need the.
Yeah, and I'll let Bob take a stab at it. One thing Bob and I were talking about earlier today, in fact, was the idea of as we prioritize doing some facility walks, right, with the board. So not just with the experts. So the board again can see some of the facilities and be out at Estrella and Freedom and Rainbow and some of those needs. But do you want to take a short stab at that, Bob? That's a big question, but with kind of what you're learning with SFB and how we work with them and.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Monroe, looking at the Gordian report, it's broken out like a 5-year plan, so there's so much spent in every year. And the 2.9 easily will carry us over for the next 2-3 years of what they've reported. Of course, that changes, you know, things break that you weren't aware they were going to break. We are also, as Dr. Monroe pointed out, going at the SFB pretty heavy for money. This year, from July 1st to now, we have about $1 million on the books with the SFB bringing in. And so that would offset some of that deferred maintenance. But as we know, the SFB, even though it's on the books, they could run out of money, or, you know, there's always something, oh, you need to change this or do that. But I mean, it's always running, and we're always submitting more projects to that. And so when Dr. Monroe and I talked about it, I think we can easily catch up, and especially if we go for the bond in 2 years, a lot of that deferred maintenance would be able to catch up and go forward and not really miss too much of a beat on that.
Are you done?
Yes.
Something like it. Thank you for that. That helps clarify a lot. My other question, just for clarity, I guess, phase 1 of Transportation Hub, that's basically ground level, right? Phase 2 is the buildings for transportation only. It does not deal with the other, you know, administration buildings, correct?
Go ahead, Bob.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Monroe, that is correct. It would be the transportation, building, and maintenance is connected to that. Also just wanted to point out at this time that the SFB does not provide funding for administrative spaces, so we could not do anything with the transportation SFB wise. Right now, the buildings are in pretty sad shape. The roofs are leaking, and they're pretty tight when they're over there trying to work on buses and stuff. They're kind of banging into each other and trying to park the buses and all that. Phase 1 would, you know, fix the parking, but the buildings are in pretty tough shape. Electrical, everything that's over there needs to be upgraded. I would say as quickly as we can, but obviously it's the board's decision how we want to do that.
So basically, that's transportation's deferred maintenance is what, or total rehaul. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
So is it the understanding that you all are under the understanding that phase one they have to do it? What are
Go ahead, say it again, if you would.
everyone here at the table, your understanding is that phase one had nothing to do with buildings?
I don't think that was my understanding initially when it happened. I don't know. I know the tanks became a lot more prominent because of some of the recent problems we've had just since I've been here. And so I know there was an adjustment on the plan because my first initial meetings, we were looking at some of the buildings and stuff like that. And I know the cost did go up, but then I know the tank took a more prominent position just because of some of the issues. So, so my impression was, I don't know if the 6.9 million or 7 million was thought of to be the whole project, but I did think it included some buildings initially.
So phase one was buildings, to tear down the old, and then we were gonna put up new buildings. So the whole talk of the old building staying is null and void, because phase one was rebuilding the transportation buildings as a whole. Phase two was the reason why we purchased the additional property to the west, was phase two of going out for a bond at a later time to also incorporate within that bond. Phase two would be a new administration building. That was phase two. That was phase two. So that's why I'm very concerned when I hear that we want to take money out of deferred maintenance for that. It's very concerning to me.
Go ahead. You need a mic? Yeah.
Not really. If you want me to use my mom voice, I don't need a mic. Mr. Roy, that is also my understanding, but you have to remember that the bond authorization was in 2019 for $6.9 million for the transportation, for the whole build. And we're now in 2023 and prices have escalated, if not 5, 10, 15, 20%. So we came to realize when we were designing the transportation facility that we shrunk the building so that it wasn't any bigger than what they had now, which doesn't work for them at this point in time. So our thought process was to take phase one, do the parking so the buses have plenty of room to park so they're not running into the fence, and then use additional funds for this idea to then finish their building to the capacity that they needed, the training facility and offices. And then absolutely, then the new bond would be for phase two for the district administration, the south part of the 10 acres. Is that?
That's the way I remember it. Now, I understand because Brian and I had a conversation within the board meeting, or I believe it was a study session of either we pay for it now or we pay for it later when it comes to cost with inflated prices. And I understand that things have gone up. But that's going to happen on our deferred maintenance too.
The catch-22.
Yeah.
Right.
You
I
pay
just-
now or you pay later. That is the saying. You're right.
I guess the concern is I understand that deferred maintenance is not the sexy new building, and I get it. And I know that it's the one thing that people don't always see. But if you walk some of the campuses and we take care of a lot of those deferred maintenances, those are things that future boards aren't gonna have to worry about, and that they can go ahead and spend that money. The money that we have now, they can spend their future money on new schools and things of that nature, if you will. Because we all know that getting a bond passed around here, it's not an easy task. That's just my opinion.
To add on to that, our job is still to I'll use the word students or customers, we've got to continue to bring on and grow the district. And that's what pays the bills. And if our schools aren't up in shape and a prospective parent walks into them, we could lose students. And, you know, to Mr. Aguirre's comment, it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but it can be. If we do it right, keep the schools up painted and clean, I think it'll help us in the long run. And it is a catch-22, but you know, we're coming into budgeting and all the rest. You know, I'm glad we're having this discussion because this has to be part of our budgeting process and what we put as priorities. So anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Young, for your input.
Members, any more questions or comments? Right, hearing none, we will take a motion to adjourn the work study session.
Make a motion to adjourn the study session?
Second?
I have a motion and a second to adjourn our work study session. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Aguirre. Board Member Kenyon. Aye. Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that we are adjourned with a 5-0 vote. like to call the governing board meeting to order for Liberty Elementary School District. Today's date, December 11th, 2023. We're at the Jerry Roby District Facility. Have all 5 board members present, including Board Member Parks, Board Member Aguirre, Board Member Bixler, Board Member Kenyon, and myself. Now move to item 3.2, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Parks, can you please lead us? Next item is 3.3, approve the regular agenda.
President Todd, members of the board, before anyone makes a motion, staff, we would request to table 8.4. We need a little more time on this item. So if the board approves the agenda, we would appreciate if 8.4 was tabled so we can bring back a more refined version in the future.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the regular agenda consistent with board policy BEDB and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which the agenda may be consistent, and the removal of item 8.4 from the regular agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, members, I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda with the exception of 8.4. We will remove that staff's request, bring it back at a later date. If there's no discussion, we'll call for a vote. Board Member Parks,
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre,
Yes.
Board Member Bixler,
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved 5-0. Next up will be item 3.4, Governing Board and Superintendent Recognitions. Dr. Monroe.
President Todd, members of the board, today is definitely a day to highlight West Star Elementary. I was able to take Mr. Bogart, a few of the wonderful staff members lunch earlier today, so it's definitely been a West Star day. Before we do the staff recognitions, I just wanted to read a little something for the public to be aware and the board. In November, just a few weeks ago, the U.S. News and World Report published their 2024 Best Elementary and Best Middle School rankings, and the news was good for West Star Elementary. They were recognized once again. Schools are ranked on their performance on state-required tests and how well they prepare students for high school. So West Star Elementary placed among the top 40% of elementary and middle schools in the state of Arizona, making it both a U.S. News Best Elementary School and a Best Middle School. So interestingly enough, of the 68,000 U.S. public elementary and middle schools that were evaluated by U.S. News, only about 1,100 earned both awards, and West Star was one of them. So congratulations to Mr. Bogart, to the hardworking staff, the students, the families. We recognize you and we appreciate what you do for students. With that being said, President Todd, I'll turn the time over to you for some West Star staff recognitions.
Members, if you'll join me at the front of the dais, we'll do our presentation. Well, as we say every month, this is one of the highlights for the board to monthly get to recognize students. And this month, and then 2 weeks later, we come back and recognize our staff. So this month is our staff, and it's a little bit about these recognitions. On behalf of Dr. Monroe and the governing board members and myself, the Liberty Elementary School District is proud to be building a community and culture that motivates, develops, and recognizes staff and individuals in our community who perform outstanding work for our students. We want to reward excellent performance and achievement and show appreciation not only towards our staff who have achieved a goal, performed well, or exhibited a behavior that is worth awarding, but also acknowledge our amazing parents and volunteers who are valued in their daily contributions to our schools and inside the classroom. Truly, they have a positive impact in the lives of our students. These are the individuals who make our vision a reality, and they are here tonight to be recognized for their dedication to Liberty District and our students. When I call your name, if you could please make your way up here so we may recognize you, and at the end we'll ask you to join us for a group photo. Principal and assistant principal, if you would like to join us up here.
What's your names?
For those who don't know, Mr. Bogart and Miss Lovelace Okay, recognizing West Star Elementary's teacher, Mr. Paul Hawking. Care on site staff is Stacia Elba. This next one definitely should not come as a surprise to anyone. District support staff, Miss Loretta Zumbro. Our parent representative is Mr. Jeffrey Wools. Okay, he's not here, but we still appreciate him. Volunteer, Wendy Vasquez. So one more time, just to reiterate how appreciative we as a district are of all the work that you do for our students, first and foremost, for our staff. It's kind of a circle. If we don't take care of our staff, our students fail. If we don't take care of our students, our staff would no doubt move on and go somewhere else as well. So you're all important to us, the parents that make this work for everybody. We greatly appreciate it. So now the hardest part of the night, so we need to get in here and look like a family and take a photo. We got a little space and a lot of people.
I see everybody. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, and now with your certificates out. All right. Okay, everyone, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, just a quick announcement. We're going to kind of reset the room. If you guys would like to stay, we love an audience, but we also understand you've got family and get home to. So if you need to leave, feel free to do that as well. And thank you again. All right, looks like we're reset. We'll move on to item 4.1, attendance and enrollments reports. Dr. Monroe.
Yeah, President Todd, members of the board, attached, as we do every month, are the attendance and enrollment reports for November for the board's preview.
Members, any questions or comments?
Yes, Dr. Monroe, I do have a question. It appears that we're kind of following a pattern where November always seems to be a little bit lower in number. Do we know why November seems to be consistently lower in attendance rates than the other?
Yeah, Member Bixler, I'll take a stab at it. I'll actually let Natasha too maybe speak from what we know from principals is, attendance, kids getting sick, and then sometimes by the middle of the year you also see withdrawals, study withdrawals, and so it's been my experience that November and February seem to be months where there's less attendance and sometimes less enrollment for whatever reason. But that's kind of what I've seen in my career. Natasha, you have any input on
Sure,
that?
I'll just add a lot more illness
Illness.
in November, and I would accredit that to weather change. And here in Arizona, we go from 80 degrees one week to dropping down to 65 and then right back up to 80. So
And you get that idea, I think, a lot of times of parents being very cautious because of the holidays. So maybe they're a little more prone to students staying home to get better so that they're not sick for Thanksgiving or for the winter holidays. So sometimes you have a little bit of that element as well.
Any other questions or comments? Right, hearing none, we'll move to item 4.2, trimester 1 district ELA and math data, be presented by Ms. Katrina Jacobs and Ms. Erica Daniel.
President Todd and members of the board, let me jump in here before Natasha or her staff speaks about our trimester data. Our goal in the Liberty Elementary School District is to have all A and B schools. And so we're not there yet. It's a journey. This data allows us to take a hard look in the mirror because you're going to see some low proficiency numbers and you're going to see some other areas where we highlight where there's been some pretty good growth. So I want the board to know of the sense of urgency that we feel on improving. We want our kids proficient and we want our kids to grow. And I just wanted to preface that. We know we're working really hard. We know our principals and our teachers are. And so that is our goal. As you look at some of these proficiency numbers, they're not where we want them to be. I mean, that's just a straight up comment truth. And so we won't sit on our hands, we won't sit on our laurels, and we'll continuously improve. And so Katie and Erica can speak about some of the things that we're trying to do to support our schools along with our principals. Our principals have set goals so that they can improve these scores and these outcomes for students, for the whole child. So I wanted to say that, not to steal their thunder, but just to emphasize the sense of urgency that we feel on making sure our numbers elevate and really match what we know the kids know.
Okay, good evening, Governing Board and President Mr. Todd. We're going to start off with our story by looking at our achievement rates, which usually follow a similar trajectory to poverty rates. The achievement gap is created when schools with high poverty rates have a smaller student achievement percentage, and schools with a lower poverty rate have a higher achievement rate. This creates the opportunity gap, which means that students of higher poverty rates are less likely to be exposed to grade level curriculum. This is not the case in our district due to intentional work tightening up of the written, taught, and tested curriculum. Our goal is to continue to close the achievement gap. The continued work and commitment to providing guaranteed and viable curriculum for all our students and all our teachers at each site will close the achievement gap. We have 5 Title I schools delineated by the asterisks. When we analyze data, we want to know which schools are disrupting the opportunity gap because we have a belief that all students should learn at high levels. In Liberty Elementary School District, all students will have the opportunity within our district. As Ed pointed out, this year we have many variables that may be impacting student achievement. We have new adoptions in history and social science for 6-8, science for 6-8. Reading Horizon software program was updated for our phonics program in mathematics K-8. We also are under new leadership. We have our leader, Dr. Court Monroe, Dr. Stephanie Mohorn, Bruce Naminsky, and Chelsea Soam.
Good evening. As I move forward to display and present the data by site, by grade level, and by content, I just want to have you reference our proficiency levels, emergent being the bottom level, moving up towards developing, proficient, and then distinguished. Also note that proficient and distinguished together is what gives us that overall mastery or overall proficiency. We'll be using that term as we go through the data. As we go through each grade level, you'll see ELA and math up there. We kept the order of those sites displayed to you as you just saw on the previous slide of the poverty rate. Starting at second grade, we are primarily following that same trend of the poverty rate. In third grade, however, you see a couple disruptions. For example, Rainbow at 31%, proficiency in math was a big disruption. Las Brisas, 73% in math, a big disruption. Grade 4 in ELA and math is following that similar trend. Grade 5 primarily follows that same trend with the exception of Blue Horizon, at 50% in ELA with overall proficiency. That's a huge disruption in that opportunity gap, which also elevates our other sites as a whole. We like to see about 50% at this point in the year in the district average. Sixth grade is following the same poverty rate trend. In seventh grade, Freedom had a big disruption for ELA at 44%. What is also interesting is the number of sites in ELA around that same percent, 45 and 44 and 45%. And eighth grade as a district, another disruption for Freedom in ELA at 48%, nearly hitting that 50. So what is the impact overall at this time this year compared to last time at this year? With reference to all those variables Erica just shared. What we're seeing in grades 5, 6, 7 is a shift in our emerging, our bottom level, is we're moving kids out of that level. When that happens, our mastery, our overall mastery, that proficiency and distinguished together is going to increase. Their fifth grade ELA had a big increase, 10% overall, and then you have grade 4 and 7. It's maintaining right there. And then in math, same thing, grades 5 through 8, significantly moving kids out of the emerging group. And then we're seeing some results in the mastery level of those higher grade levels increasing. And then overall, compared to last year at this time, last year we were at 42% mastery for ELA, and this year 40. Last year for math, 31, and this year 31. So we're about where we were last year. Now within each of those grade level slides for content, although there weren't huge gains in every grade level, there are some things to highlight. One of the biggest highlights is in grade 7 math, 25% decrease of students in that emerging group, moving them up. We had grade levels in sites like Westar, showing their best results that they've showed at this time in 5 years. Liberty increasing the overall proficiency in grade 8 from 13% to 42%. That's a huge increase in just 1 year. There were several instances of sites moving kids out of the bottom level. For example, Estrella, only 15% in that bottom category is pretty significant. Anything below 20% really is. In ELA, 5th grade in general was a huge success. Estrella and Westar, 68 and 65, and all the other sites maintaining. That really stood out to us. Again, Westar, best results in 5 years for ELA. So grade 8 overall at Westar was something to highlight. Freedom and Las Brisas, best results in 5 years in ELA. Students performing at high levels at that distinguished level in grade 4 at Estrella, Westar, and Las Brisas, above 30% in each of those sites at that top level. So we are seeing some movement from that bottom level emerging, and as well as the top level.
Okay, so now you're asking, now what? First, I want to explain trimester data is only what our kids were only tested on what was measured in trimester 1, which was paced out. One of the challenges we've had, because we're getting our bearings to the 4-day work week, is maintaining our pace. So some of our results are a little skewed. Not all classes taught exactly what was on the pacing guide for trimester 1. However, our collaborative teams, our site leadership, our instructional teams, ed services are behind them 100%. We are doing an all hands on deck approach to ensure that we are aligning ourselves with our pacing guide, which makes our curriculum guaranteed for all students. We have also implemented data trackers that really looks at each lesson, end of the lesson assessment, then checks it at checks for understanding throughout the unit, and then a unit assessment. And we're not sitting back and waiting for the unit assessment to come out before we're responding. We are pulling small group. We are revising intervention groups. We are adding workstations so that we continue working on mastery for those students that haven't got there yet. Another thing that we are doing is we're monitoring and adjusting our professional development. We rolled out a new curriculum, K-8 this year. Every workday Friday for any math teacher has been spent getting more professional development with mathematics instruction and content. Teams are meeting weekly, sometimes bi-weekly, and they're going through that process. They're really taking that standard, deconstructing it to really pull out the meat, what students need to know and be able to do. Then they're constructing an aligned assessment that's aligned to the Arizona State specifications to assess mastery. Then they work collaboratively in a team to identify best practices as they go through that unit of instruction. And even when they give that unit assessment, we always ask ourselves 2 questions. What are we going to do for the students that haven't mastered? And what are we going to do for the students that have already mastered it? Your district, your teachers, your admin, your reading interventionists, your instructional coaches are working extremely hard to adjust to the new 4-day week and to ensure all our students are learning at high levels. So just like in the classroom, you have tiers. Not all students get it the first time. And some students need more support than others. That is the same thing that happens at sites. Some schools need more support than others. So we have identified 2 schools, according to the data, that need more support than others. So Ed Services has given them additional support above and beyond what other schools receive. And those schools are Rainbow Valley and Freedom.
Erica, let me jump in and ask you a question. So if I'm sitting in the room and I'm a member of the audience and I see these very low proficiency numbers, and Natasha can chime in, and Katrina, what would you tell the board? What are our teachers and our principals doing to make sure that those numbers are elevated for proficiency, that we're getting better numbers? So what would you say, someone's seeing this data for the first time and they're like, wow, 10%, 15%, that is, flashing red lights. So what would you guys say to that? And so the board can hear that, because the board is seeing these numbers as well.
Sure. We are aligning our instruction to grade level rigor. We are using the item specs that the Arizona Department of Education puts out to ensure that we are asking the right questions and we are testing at the right grade level rigor. But also, one of the things that I think we're doing extremely well is we're working collaboratively. We are not on an island by ourselves as a site. Our admin are conversing with each other. We are borrowing, the things that are getting results. We are talking amongst our schools. We are using teacher leaders from other sites that are getting results for all our campuses. Just this last Friday, we used a teacher leader from Westar to provide professional development for sites within our district. We are all hands on deck, unturning every stone to ensure our teachers have what they need to be successful in the classroom.
I'll just add, when we did some work with the AASA data early in a study session, I spoke with you all about causations, right? What might be causing this data, right? Lots of different factors. Is it teacher experience, right? Is it scheduling? Is it program effectiveness? Is it content? We have to dig in so deep to the data, and it's specific to the sites. So every site has an action plan. Erica and I just went over those this morning in order to provide our sites with specific feedback on their action plan. But they are addressing their data based on, what should our coaching cycles look like? How can we further support our teachers? Do we need more professional development at the site level that's specific to a causation that particular site is seeing, right? You see some big discrepancies in data even when you're looking at the grade level. So our sites digging into those causations and creating an action plan specific for what they're going to do to, disrupt the data, right? Change the data. So one of the things we've been working really hard this year with our teachers is we can't be data rich and action poor, right? We want to be data rich and action rich. Meaning, what are we gonna do with this data in order to create an action plan to change the data? I also want to put in perspective with you all, when I showed you the state level data, do you remember what the state proficiency levels were?
Was it in the 30s? Yeah.
So 35 for math, 34 actually, and 40 for ELA. It's not good enough. It's not good enough as a state. It's not good enough as a district. But I think it's important for you to understand, right, comparatively, where we are, right? We have big gaps to fill, and we knew they were not going to be filled in 1 or 2 years. And so we are continuing to support our schools, standing side by side with them, going into the classroom and reading with children, right? I was just in a first grade class last week, sitting down and reading with kids and checking off their fluency, right? That's us going into getting into the weeds. And I think when Erica speaks about all hands on deck, that's what we want you to know, is that we're not in our offices, we're in the schools, right? We're supporting in the schools. Another action step that is specific to me is that I am visiting every single collaborative team in the entire district. I am sitting down with them. I am taking notes. I am providing principals with feedback on what next steps could be and ensuring that they're meeting and they're talking about instruction. And again, what are we going to do for kids who know it? And what are we going to do for children that do not know it? So are our teams moving to action every time they're meeting? And are they looking at data to create the action? Because we do not want them to pull it out of nowhere, right? We want them to use the data to drive instruction, right? That's called data-driven decision-making. And that's why the data is so important. Is the data where we want it to be? Absolutely not. Is the state data where we want it to be? Absolutely not. But we are making progress, and we will keep working just as hard as we have been, and even harder. This is a little bit of a soapbox, so I'll just say it anyways. I think about our teachers as doctors of education. So imagine that you are a teacher in 3rd grade, and you have 33 kids who come in with a different diagnosis. And your job is to fix it, right? Your job is to get everybody a remedy for reading, a remedy for mathematics. It is the hardest job in the world. And if we knew what to do, we would be doing it. We would not withhold the information. And so when we say create an action plan, and they say, I'm going to try this, it's called action research, right? We are going to put this in place in order to see a change in academic achievement. So I don't want us to be okay with the data, but we also have this balance of supporting our teachers with working as hard as they possibly can to do what's best for children with the skills that they have. And then we come alongside them and support them. And if they don't have those skills, we're trying to equip them as quickly as we can with those skills. Questions?
Is there something available for the board that would kind of outline, because we talk about causation? We're kind of getting a big picture, and I know you drilled down into it a little bit, but it'd be helpful for me if we, what is your, I call them always strategic plans, but what is your, okay, here's the causations, this is our action plans, this is what we're doing. I mean, kind of to help us identify, is this, I hate to throw this out there, but is this a teacher issue, is it a student issue, is it a curriculum issue? Is it, there's those deals. It'd just be helpful because we get these numbers that are big picture, and we hear all these things that are going on. I just like the ability to dig down into those numbers a little bit to see if, what we're looking at. So is that something we can get?
Yeah, I did provide you with some specific support plans for 2 of our schools, and you will see that that is at the teacher level. That's at the building level. Some of that is at the student level. Some of that is programmatic, right? So they may not have a strong enough intervention system in place. So that's a system, right? Which is a causation, which my team then comes in and says, okay, we're going to rework this system, right? This isn't working for you. We're going to rework it. We have asked building level principals to also think completely outside of the box. So for example, if we have a teacher that is getting exceptional proficiency rates in mathematics, how can that teacher impact more children in that grade level? That has really got people thinking, right? And we designed schools to do that, right? So at Blue Horizons, we have walls that open up, right? Can we have a teacher impact more than 30 children? Yes, we can.
So, within the schools, that's great that we're doing that. What I see as an opportunity is how do we spread that across so we're not dealing with silos, so we're across schools, right? Liberty has many classrooms that are single grade, only one classroom for a grade. I brought this up to Dr. Monroe, and I think it's something as we go into budgeting and looking forward, because the reason that I want to be able to look at some of this data is how do we, look, I'll just say it. As a board, this has to be our number one priority. Nothing else matters. Proficiency is number one. Make sure that we're providing the tools. Whatever those tools are, how do we budget those tools? I had kind of brought up, a collaborative intranet that we could share across videos, whatever it was, into other classrooms, how, augmenting technology, whatever it can be. So I'm just putting this out there because as we come up in budgeting, this is the number one thing we have to be looking at. How do we get these proficiencies up? Because this isn't acceptable. I know we're all working hard, and thank you for doing that. I don't want to underestimate that, but we got to make sure we're throwing everything we can.
We think outside the box. We're not saying it's acceptable. Our teachers aren't saying it's acceptable. It is an all hands on deck, working to ensure that all our students are achieving at high levels.
Thank you.
I just had 3 questions. So when you talk about additional resources at the 2 schools, Freedom and Rainbow, what does that mean when you say additional resources? Is that money? Is that personnel? What is that? What is additional resources? It's a broad statement, so.
So it depends. For example, I'm supporting with reading intervention K3. So really setting up that system,
Okay.
providing feedback. I don't do that at the other schools, at the other sites. So that's an additional thing that we're doing at a site to support them.
I would say a majority of it is extra personnel from Ed Services, right? Going directly into those schools to support,
Okay.
to model, to walk through classrooms with the principal on a weekly basis. We don't walk through every other school on a weekly basis.
Okay. How critical are the reading interventionists to the success of what we're seeing, some of the successes that we're seeing?
I believe they are extremely critical to success.
Okay.
You have to have a solid foundation in K3, and then you're going to see that impact in 3-8.
Do we have math interventionists?
We do not.
Is there a such thing?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Thank you. The last thing that you guys talked about is you talked about professional development. In your opinion, do you think that the sites should be in control of how many days of professional development they need and what that looks like?
Well, it's a little difficult because we are adjusting to the professional development schedule from last year. So last year, and this is on-site training at the district level as well as the site level. Last year, our teachers had an early release every Wednesday. So every Wednesday offered an opportunity. Doesn't mean it was always taken advantage of, but often offered an opportunity to provide specific on-site professional learning targeted to needs, and also collaboration and planning time. When we were working with Ed in our study session, you heard the word compression, right? Compression. I don't know that our teachers have a designated planning time weekly anymore. However, let me say this. When we rolled out the 4-day week, we talked about those non-working Fridays being flexible days. Remember this? At first we were going to call them flex days, right? Being flexible days for teachers to get their planning and their preparation and all of that done. We don't monitor that, right? Because most of them are not on site. We expect them to be doing that as a professional responsibility, and it's not a structured time. Speaking personally, moving from a 5-day week to a 4-day week, I had to retrain my brain about that, right? Like, what are the things that I can do on a Friday, right? That I can't necessarily do, or I need more time doing on a Friday because I can't get them done throughout the week. I think our teachers are, they're still transitioning with that. That's a different philosophy, right? So they are utilizing their prep times during the week, which means it's not a, right? It's not a get my things done. Instead, it's meeting with their collaborative team. So they're utilizing their prep times during the week. And then there is a formal professional development and collaborative time, one time per month.
So I don't want to get down in the weeds because I got one more question. And I understand and I appreciate that you talked about prep time, but in actuality, the reason why they're not getting their prep time done is because there's additional classroom coverage. That's the reality, right? In my opinion, from what I see, and that's why I highlight it every time, is now the last question I have is for Freedom and for Rainbow. What I'd like to know is if we brought on math interventionist for those two schools, and if we brought on, I don't know what you would call them, I don't want to call them a teacher's assistant, more of an aide, if you will, an additional person in those classrooms. In your opinion, do you think that we would start to see these scores increase in these two schools?
Well, typically a math specialist or interventionist is a specialist in that content area. So when you have a specialist that has studied that content area in depth, yeah, I would say you would get results.
And I would push back and say it depends on the quality of the employee.
I understand, but again, I'm using a general question here of if we were to do that for these two schools, but also a teacher's assistant, if you will, or a teacher's aide, so that that teacher can break those kids out of what you described of some kids are going to need a little bit more help within the third grade than other kids within the third grade, if you will, right? As an example, in your opinion, would those two individuals help these two schools?
Depends on how that teacher utilized them, and again, the person you hire.
So let's just say it's a perfect world and we get a really good math interventionist, okay? And that the teacher utilizes them appropriately. Would that help student achievement at these two schools, specifically in ELA and in math proficiency?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I have a few questions as well. Can you tell me the tool that we use for assessment at the first trimester? We made that, right?
It's an Illuminate assessment, yes.
Right. So is ours, and it was based on our anticipation of what the pacing would look like without actually having done it. Is that correct?
No, we did the pacing.
Well, I understand.
without
We
having
projected the pacing up.
lived the pacing. Correct.
Right, and because we are now living the pacing, we're discovering that our pacing may not be exactly right, which we would have to expect that. We've not done this before. I would guess we're gonna have all kinds of things we'll discover about the pacing. Mike, and you're right, you can only know until you do it, because you aren't sure. I assume that we're looking at, right now, we're a little behind in our pacing. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so are we looking at plans for future compacting?
Not necessarily, because remember, they still have to have access to that guaranteed and viable curriculum. We don't have any more days, so we have to figure it out so that we are on pace.
So we'll have to get to that pace. Okay.
I think I do know what you're saying, though, with the compacting. Yes. We have worked with our math consultant to help us to compact more than one math lesson into a math block. That is compacting.
Right.
However, I also want you to imagine learning a new curriculum, and then let me tell you how to compact this, right? It's too much for them to wrap their heads around. So I anticipate that the compacting would come more easily next year when they've already taught the math curriculum. I'm just using math as an example. When they've already taught the math curriculum and they go, oh, we don't need that activity. Nope, these two will work and we can do 2 lessons in one day.
All right. Yeah, and that, I understand. Yes, it'd be nice if we could try to find that compacting opportunity this year as opposed to next year. But
Some of our teachers are compacting, and some of our teachers, let me just say, some of our teachers are on pace.
oh,
Yes,
And
absolutely.
I think that is evident in the
Results.
results.
Also, we're going to create that vertical progression, right? Because we are using one curriculum, K-8. So there's not going to be a gap as far as what students come into that grade level knowing and are able to do.
yeah, I understand how the pacing's working out, and something else is to establish the instruction at the rigor that it needs to be at the new pacing. That's a whole lots of moving balls in the air, and so I can understand why we're starting to see some struggle to try to do that. So, and I also am aware that there was a time when we didn't even pay close attention to the rigor of the standards. So I'm real glad we're doing that right now, and I think we need to get there as soon as possible. Is let's teach at the rigor. You're saying some kids aren't getting that level of rigor in their instruction. I think it's important we get there.
Thank you. There's a lot been said tonight already on this. I'm just going to kind of go right back to the first, the third slide, I think it was, the variables. There's so many variables in trying to gather this data. Obviously, we see some outliers, right? Some of the things, what we call disruptions, which would be in a good case, right? Shows that every kid can learn. It doesn't matter where you're at. And so I'm just very proud to see some of those disruptions, we'll call. And I look at them as successes. But in regards to Board Member Bixler's point with the pacing, I did have a question about that, but he kind of answered the question for me, I guess, or asked the question and it came around. But one of the things that I do applaud the district on, and I saw it recently in one of our posts on Facebook, was the tutoring available. There's a lot of tutoring that this district provides for the students who are struggling in both, I believe both math and ELA, but I did specifically see the math. So parents should be very aware of that they can sign up to try to get their kids tutored if they're falling behind. So that's a good resource. Board Member Aguirre's points about reading interventionalist, or excuse me, the math interventionalist specialist and the teacher aide, I would like to look at those. However, I'm not ready to obviously put a stamp of approval on that yet. We just started. Sounds like the district is putting a lot of focus on, especially these 2 schools. I want to see where that goes, right? There's a lot that you guys are putting into that, and I appreciate that, and I've seen that in the board updates, and it makes a big difference. that we're putting a lot of effort and focus on those schools, and I want to see where that takes us, and hopefully that's what we need, right? We see these numbers start coming up, and then, you know, if they're not, then yeah, I'm definitely, box is open. So, thank you.
Okay, bear with me. I thought I had this all prepared, and presentation questions made me ask more. First of all, I want to thank you and all the teachers for what you're doing for the students. I think it's important to always remember that first and foremost. We know you guys are working out there and doing things
They
for
are
our students.
working
So
tirelessly.
I completely understand. As so many other professions these days, those who do choose to work end up working for a lot that don't. And every year you get a new crop of students who come in with sometimes very little knowledge base. So we're always working, and I think that's kind of peaks and valleys as to each kindergarten class that comes in. But I guess just to put it out there, and Dr. Monroe kind of set this up a little bit, the number of our proficient students is really, to me, just appalling. If we, and I'm a little confused, but if we go back to slide 12, if I look at the district numbers at the bottom this year, 45% emerging, 25% developing, 17% proficient, 14% distinguished, and 31% mastery. I'm guessing those are percentages, correct? That equals 132, and I didn't know we could get 132%. So I'm a little concerned if I'm reading that properly.
So I think proficient and distinguished becomes the mastery, is that right?
Correct.
So the combination of proficient and distinguished add
Okay.
up to what makes mastery.
Okay, all right, good. I was a little confused there. Thanks for clarifying that. You know, we hear time and time again, and it's kind of just becoming rhetoric about the state proficiency level. I don't really care about the state proficiency level. To be very honest, it's brutal. And if we're even thinking that that's a benchmark for us, we should shut the doors. We should turn off the lights and shut the doors. I don't really ever want to hear about the state level proficiency again, because it's horrible. And the schools that are performing, be it at a university level, be it at a high school level, be it at a grade school level, are looking far past that. We never hear the Yales, the Dukes, the Harvards talk about what ASU is doing, or some other low-level college. We got to set a trajectory that's way past that, and not come back and say, well, remember what the state did, because it's kind of a crutch. And I just think that's a bad form for us. Throughout this, every year we get some reports, and I think we've been a lot more transparent this year than in the past, but it's kind of the same message. We're trying. All hands are on deck. We need to do something different. And I've talked to some teachers, many teachers actually, and what I hear is a lot of the grades that are succeeding in certain campuses, when we look at it, we go, wow, this is a disruptor. Teachers kind of go, are not following that stuff that they're telling us to do. And I would encourage every teacher in this district to not be afraid to say that they're not following something that the district is suggesting, but instead be proud and come out and say, I'm having great success rates, and I'm not doing what you're telling me to do. In fact, if I could give them $1 million, I'd give them $1 million for coming out with that. And that would be my challenge to the staff, the teachers, and my challenge to the staff would be absolutely do not discipline them, do not talk negative to it, but find out exactly what they are doing. Because I've heard this across the district. That grade's doing really good, but they're sneak teaching, or they're following a different plan. And we hear that. Maybe that's not everywhere, but I've heard it enough to make me question if this is really happening. And I've had teachers just tell me flat out, I'm not following that. And it's across the board. There's no one grade or one school that you can attribute that to. It's all over the place. So if that's happening, please, I encourage you to go out and get your staff, do whatever you have to do to get the teachers to tell you, we're not doing what you're telling us to. Because if that's the case, those might be those outliers, and those might be those disruptors that are there. So just go with that for me, and please, to the staff that's watching, let's look at that. We have put forth so much money. I was just at a presentation with Senator Bennett. He talked about the amount of money that has been put in education over the last several years. The numbers aren't changing very much. So I don't think it's all, and here it is. This district has grown leaps and bounds with staff. A few short years ago, this district office was a ghost town. And now we don't have any room. Poor Bob Young had to cut in on Dr. Sloat's office to share. And I'm not sure who got the losing end of that agreement, but they seem to get along. So I say that joking. They're old friends and they laugh and they joke and they're doing a great job back there. But they have two totally separate jobs and they're trying to share one space because we don't have the space anymore. So we've grown that. We've put money, this board, previous boards, going back time and time again. There is a cost of doing it, and I do believe putting money towards education is important. But we've got to take these numbers, and I mean, as I'm looking at this, 45 this year, percent are emerging, which is ultimately failing because proficient by state standard is failing. Really and truly, it's failing. It's not good. If they're only, I do not want a doctor working on me who is proficient by this standard. So we have a lot of work to do. I believe, based off of questions and comments that were said by this board and just knowing each board member, that we want to do everything we can with resources to make this more successful and see huge jumps next year. Huge jumps. And we've got short time to do it. Tonight, later on, I'm going to ask that we focus on this next year and figure out what we need to do for the last half of the school year to get these numbers significantly up. When we get to board comments, if I forget, I've already made that request, so please make a note of it. You talked about pacing. And you said, well, some are on pace and some aren't on pace. Some, is that 2 or 3? Or is that the vast majority of teachers? When you come to us with a presentation, I think we need true numbers and not percentage because we can bury stuff in percentage. So I have some questions. I want to know over the last 5 years, how many 8th graders we've promoted high school who are not proficient. They should be up in that proficient, distinguished level. If they're not, then we're setting the high school up for failure. And shame on the high school for not being here, tearing us apart if we're sending them kids that aren't prepared for the high school world. We have to do this at an early age. I've said many times that K through 3 level is critical. And so we need to get a return on our investment, be that money, be that time, be that resources, whatever the investment is, we've got to do it. But I would ask staff to prepare a report, and we can do this publicly at the next meeting, grade by grade, of really what those percentages mean, numbers. Because if it's a number versus a percent, I think it's a little more telling. Although they are similar to the same, it's gonna spell that out. But I especially want to know for both math and English, over the last 5 years, how many we've promoted out that shouldn't be being promoted out, that aren't prepared for that high school world, which then starts affecting them emotionally more. They're failing. There's nothing worse than to feel like a failure. Now, we can put spins on that all day long and say failure is success. You should have more failures than wins because you're trying. That's great, rah-rah. There's some truth to that. But for a student, time and time again, who's just struggling, that's not fun. So that dropout rate increases, the failure rate, the suicide rate, all the bad things, all of them play in to some of these numbers. And if we're not doing our job in the early days, we're missing this. I think moving forward, we need to stop talking in percentages, as I said, and start talking in actual numbers. Percentages just look a little fishy to me sometimes, and numbers tell a tale. We spent a lot of time talking about some of the good that's happening here, some of the disruptors, but all I really heard is we're going to do better. Worked for a company not so long ago, and the CEO used to buckle his knees and say, we got to do better. And it became a running joke. We got to do better. We got to do better. Okay, we'll start doing better. And whatever that takes, and I think there's some culture that needs to change in this district where we look at this. We're looking at data, and data is great, but you're going to hear me later ask for some more information on data as well. What are we doing with the data? Not comfortable, whatever it is, to be raw and be honest. And again, I would encourage you, be raw, be honest. To those of you in leadership roles, take that and embrace it, because you don't want to walk away from saying, oh, I wonder what they think. You want to know, oh, they're not happy. Oh, they're happy. Even if they switch back and forth, it's okay. But you got to know that. But we looked a lot about kind of celebrating. But we have far more to be concerned about. And this has been going on as long as I've been on the board. I've been coming to meetings for 20 years. I keep hearing the same thing over and over and over. And at the end of the day, state average is where it's been. It hasn't changed over years, and our numbers haven't really changed either. So I would just implore you all to focus on this. And this might be, when I talk about culture change, this might be a group of teachers getting together on a Friday that's not a PD day, saying, let's get together and let's work on this. Let's figure this out. Not asking them to work unpaid. I think there's things that the board can do to look at that, but it's a culture change, and it's continuing forward, and we've got to change these numbers, because otherwise we're never going to pass another bond or override election. And I believe we have a lot of taxpayers. We had taxpayers who have never supported bonds come forward this year, say we're going to support a bond. It didn't fail. Shame on the taxpayers for that. That's my raw feedback to them. But on the same token, if we're just producing these numbers, I'm not going to invest in a business that's giving me that feedback. And that's what tax money is. It's kind of an investment. So we have to get out of the rhetoric and that we're going to do better, we're going to do better, and we need to just do better. Quit talking about it and do it. And that's probably longer nights, just as in the private sector. There's meetings that take place long after the 40-hour week to come up with a plan. So with that, I think I've said enough. Again, I want to come back. I know this is harsh, but it's honest feedback. And I guess my last question is on slide 16, we have that pyramid. And it shows 5%. Is that tier 1, or is that, I'm guessing that's tier 1 at the top?
That's tier 3.
That's tier 3. Okay, that's good. So 80% is, so tier 3 though is the most advanced. That's the most significant.
They need the most support.
They need the most support.
Yes.
And so how much we're giving 5%? There's only 5% that need the most support?
No, that's what research delineates in a classroom. So of your classroom, 15% will need additional support above and beyond tier 1.
I would question that, because with numbers that we have, far more than 80 need tier 1 support. So I don't think whoever did that, I'd like to know what they were drinking when they came up with that. That looks like some college fraternity party math that didn't work out so well based off of the numbers that we have. So again, this is frustrating. I've been on this board for 3 years, and I continue to hear kind of the same stuff. I would really like to look. I know we've changed, but we talk about pacing. Well, last year we had great pacing. Supposedly, we should have had pacing under last year's curriculum and group. So let's look, and if we need to adjust it, that's fine. I understand this year. I would have felt much better to say our pacing's off if we'd seen a huge dip in performance, but we didn't. So again, how many teachers are truly off pace? What do we do to support them? And then how do we draw this into real numbers and fix this before the end of this year so we hit this running? With that, I thank you for your time, and I do appreciate everything you, all the teachers and staff do. I know it's a hard job. I know it's a hard job. We've heard. I've had teachers call me. I've had teachers crying. I saw one in the grocery store a couple days ago. I walked out of there. It looked like I'd been swimming. There were so many tears. It's a hard spot for us. It's a hard spot for you all. We appreciate what you're doing. But at the end of the day, we've all said it. This is for the students first and foremost. And we've got to do better than the numbers that were presented tonight, last year, the year before, and we can go all the way back to about 2004 and say we must do better, because our numbers haven't changed very much. So thank you. Members, we'll move on to 5.1 Governing Board Update. Start down at the end, Board Member Parks.
Thank you, President Todd. Last board meeting, I was praising the wonderful job Westar did on their carnival, and I failed to acknowledge the teacher who actually was behind the carnival, and that was Dana Schaefer. Apparently, she's been putting on that carnival for some time, and it's quite a success. I also learned that she's going to be retiring, and I was kind of wondering what Mr. Bogart was going to do to make sure that carnival stayed a success year over year. But in any case, my apologies for that.
Okay. Board Member Aguirre? Board Member Bixler?
Yeah, this is a wonderful time to be on campuses. There's lots and lots of stuff going on, and I did get involved with a bunch of stuff. I went to the second Math Connection presentation that was done. I was a little worried that it would be somewhat skewed because I had seen the first one, and I knew the second one was going to be essentially the same presentation. But I got paired up during this with somebody else who had been at the first presentation, and what we ended up doing was going at a greater depth. And boy, did that answer a question for me, because I was wondering, what about the kids that grabbed it right away? It's open for expansion and going deeper just by design. It was amazing how we got so deep so fast. And it's because we had seen it once before. Then I went to the parent night at Estrella Mountain. They had a presentation of online safety. Terrific job being done there. As far as the presentation was done, I thank the parents that were there. Then to Las Brisas Academy for their term one presentations for their awards. And again, just like at the other campuses, some kids, the first time they ever got recognition for doing something good, and you could see it on their face. Terrific moment. Then to Las Brisas Academy again for their fine arts curriculum night. Incredible. The kindergarten second song, Dealing with Snowflakes, the finish of that song, it was absolutely silent in that multipurpose room when they got to the finish of that song. And in mass, the entire crowd went, oh, when they finished that song. It was absolutely beautiful. And it was a kinder group. Amazing. Then on to the Estrella Mountain Science Olympiad. I really want to thank Johnny Sheasley for spending a lot of time talking to me about the Olympiad and what it was about and how it operated. We had a real good long conversation about that, and I really appreciate the time that she spent with me so I could understand more what was going on in the Olympiad itself. I'm really looking forward to the IB defense that will be coming up at the end of the year, the 8th grade IB award defenses. From that, a couple days at the ASBA ASA conference, learned a lot of stuff there. Great conference, really appreciate you going. But what I want to talk about is something that happened at the last regular board meeting. November 27th, we had a couple items on the regular agenda that dealt with the movement from an interim status to a permanent status for the superintendent. And we had already done that earlier. And at that last board meeting last time, we were asked to look at the interim contract and change the date of when the negotiation for permanency could happen. It was completely out of sequence. We should have changed the date before we acted on changing the status of the superintendent. I'm really, really worried that we are going at such a haste in this that we're making mistakes. I think I never understood why we were going so fast on that, and look what ended up happening.
Board Member Bixler, I would caution you, you may be off of the open meeting.
That we do
Sir?
have,
Board Member
we're gonna
Bixler.
be okay.
I believe you may be off topic for public comment for a board update. You're talking about agenda items, and I don't think that that's a safe thing to do under the open meeting law. That if you'd like to agendize that, we can have that discussion, but this is for board updates, and I don't think we're probably in the right specified to do that. Nobody's allowed to comment, and that would give you additional time. So I would ask that you, if you want to bring that up, we can agendize things, but I don't think it's safe to
I
do
just
it
like
now.
to thank Mark Aguirre for bringing it to light. Thank you.
I got the opportunity to go to a couple soccer and basketball games around the district, and that was a lot of fun. I got to see a number of different schools represented, and just seeing the atmosphere, these kids and these extracurricular activities, just having a ball. And win or lose, I saw a lot of smiles. I saw a lot of handshakes and camaraderie, and not everyone was happy to lose, but that comes with the territory. I do want to put a shout out, right now, I believe it's Estrella and West Star, Estrella Mountain West Star, are going to be the competing girls soccer champs. And I'm not sure if that's still to be determined where that's going to be at, but that would be a good match to go check out. Also, Rainbow and Las Brisas boys basketball, they're going to be playing tomorrow. I believe that's their championship over at Rainbow tomorrow evening. So if you get an opportunity, go check it out. It's a lot of fun. On more of a serious note, this is the Christmas season, this is the holiday season, and I just wanted to bring this as a district just to think about some of the statistics we hear every year around this time of the year. This is one of the highest times when families and children suffer with depression, when there's a lot of loneliness, there's a lot of broken hearts, there's a lot of damage that comes to light during this time of the year. And it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way. Christmas, as we all know, and I'm going to do my best not to preach, even though I'm a minister, is about the birth of Christ and the hope that he brings. Now, take that as you want it. I know that's going to make some people mad, but in my personal life, and I'm not saying this is a board opinion, this is my personal life, that's what gave me hope. And I know that there's a lot of people going around our district, everywhere, that are hurting this Christmas season. I encourage everybody, our board members, our public, staff, parents especially, take a look at those around you. See if somebody needs an extra smile, an extra handshake, an extra arm around them saying everything's going to be all right. Share some hope and love this Christmas season. And if I don't see you guys again, Merry Christmas before the end of the year. Happy New Year.
Well, my fellow board members have covered a lot of things. I got to attend the second night of the Math Connection. It was interesting. One of the comments that came out of that from the Ms. Holstein was talking about the longer blocks that kids are having now in a 4-day week and how that may help them in math. A lot of times you just need that extra little time, and we kind of had an exercise we were working on. We just need a little bit more time, and I think the light bulb was starting to come on. I had smart people in my group. They clearly paired me up with those to help me succeed, Miss Goodyear and Miss Camp. So appreciate you guys helping me through that. But we had a lot of fun with it. It was interesting. But I think the other thing that came out of that was that not everybody learns the same. One of the parents was there and said, my child is excelling, is doing great. But when she comes home, she can't do this math that she's doing pretty good in the classroom. And so I think that might come back to our previous presentation, that not everybody learns the same way. And I think we should maybe look at that. How do they learn? Is there something else we can be doing in addition to or as an alternate to help? And let's talk about that moving forward. So that's for some boring math story. For others, those that love math, that's the exciting story of my update. But what was really great this year was I attended Las Brisas and Blue Horizons Saturday morning winter kind of cookies with Santa. Great events at both campuses. Fantastic job by the staff that does that, and it was great to see the community out there. Those events draw forth our community. See the kids happy. Saw kids doing some math, believe it or not, at Blue Horizons, where they were sitting there enjoying some cookies, and so those are positive, very, very positive things. Attended Estrella's choir and band performance earlier this week, and you may wonder why I'm dressed this way. I had on a relatively less subdued holiday jacket, and Mr. Joyce said, "I'd like to see you try to run a board meeting dressed in a full suit." So for Mr. Joyce, challenge accepted. He says he's watching tonight, so we do listen to the teachers and the staff, and so he said, "I want to see that." So I hope he's watching. But last but not least, attended the ASBA and ASA conference. There were some interesting topics that were there. I thought it was a little weaker than previous years, and I think a lot of people felt kind of the same way that had attended it many years. There's some school board members across the state who have been school board members for 15, 20, 25, most of their life. So it was kind of the general sentiment, but I know the staff worked hard and they kind of changed the way they were doing it. So this might have just been a new year for them. And I said last but not least, but truly last but not least, to everybody, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, happy whatever you celebrate or do not celebrate. Happy New Year. We do this because of each and every one of you. That's our future here with our students. And from me personally, thank you for those who attend meetings, staff, citizens, week after week, month after month. Thank you to our officer who comes here to keep us safe and be there. We thank you so much. So with that, we'll move on to item 6.1, public comment. Do we have any? This many? Okay. Suddenly became a quick agenda item. We'll move on to 7.1, our consent agenda.
I'd like to pull items 7.3 and 7.5.
Okay, anything else, members? All right, hearing none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of 7.3 and 7.5.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items 7.3 and 7.5.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
Also, and I will show that it approved 5-0 to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 7.3 and 7.5. We'll move to 7.3, Board Member Aguirre.
Yeah, so I just pulled 7.3 because I saw on there that principal at Freedom, Tony Reynolds, is retiring. Congratulations. I know she's not here, but I know she's listening. Congratulations on your career, everything that you've done for children that are not related to you, and you do it out of the love of your heart. And she'll understand when I say that I hope you dance. So, thank you.
Thank you. I would concur. Tony is, unlike a school board member who's done it for a long time, Ms. Reynolds has been in education for many, many, many years. And so appreciate that. I'm sure we'll do some formal recognition towards the end of the school year to recognize all of our retirees. But thank you, Board Member Aguirre, for pulling that and giving your comments. If there's no other comments, I'll take a motion to approve 7.3.
Mr. President, I move that we approve item 7.3, personal action items.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve 7.3, the personal action items. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved. 5 yes, 0 no. Next will be item 7.5, approval to hire DLR Group for preliminary schematic design through construction administration work on school number 8. Board Member Aguirre.
Yeah, so I got some serious reservations about moving forward with DLR. After what we learned about the transportation facility, to my calculations, that's roughly a $300,000 miss in the initial phasing of it. In the construction industry, I can tell you that a $300,000 miss is a bit of an eye-opening item. And I'm not sure how we're moving forward with just DLR and not putting this out for an RFP.
Mr. Young is here, and we also have representatives from DLR. Either would like to respond or both.
Mr. President, members of the board, we're recommending to go with DLR for several reasons. And one of them was because their existing plans are ready for Blue Horizon, and that's the way we were feeling we were going to go with number 8 on the school site. And it's for expedience of time and funds. If we're doing, it's the plans for Blue Horizon are DLR's sole possession. I mean, obviously the district owns them, but we couldn't bring another architect in and let them use those plans. And so we get a discounted rate from DLR for a site adapt, and it's a little over $200,000. It goes from, in today's market, what we're getting from DLR is 4.9, and if we went out for an RFQ, would be 5.75% to 6% for architect and engineering fees on that project. In addition, if we went out for an RFQ, it would add 2 or 3 months to the project by going out, for requests for qualifications, getting them in, reviewing them, bringing in for interviews, and then having a new architect firm start the drawings. Instead of being weeks of ready to go, it'd be months in the drawings and more committee meetings to, get everybody on board. So it's actually saving money and it's saving time in the process.
So I respectfully disagree with that assessment. 25 years I've been in the industry. So I'd like to say that I don't just know the management side, but I actually am the boots on the ground too side of it, right? What I would say is that $300,000 means a tremendous amount in our schools, the miss. And I think that at times, we as districts need to have the fortitude to be able to look our construction firms and architectural firms in the eye and say, you missed this, we deserve better. And not just go with the same individuals, right? And a lot of times I think we fall into the default mode of that we go with the same individuals who are popular, if you will, right? The other question that I do have specifically on this is that it referenced Blue Horizons as being the school that this school's going to be modeled off of. Aren't we going to ask the community what they want their school to look like? We're just assuming that they want it to look like Blue Horizons, because that's what we did with Liberty and Blue Horizons. Because there was a bit of a process.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Aguirre, there is a public meeting on this coming up. It's been advertised. We're going to put it out. We're going to bring the public in. We're going to show them what we have and get input from that. And if it's not to do that, then obviously then we'll have to go a different direction.
Right, and then we don't know what the cost is. But we've already approved the architectural firm.
Well,
because we don't know what that community wants.
We approved the first, I think it's $50,000 to get started. What we need right now, and as you know, in construction, our electrical gear, service entrance and all that are 70 weeks out for the school. I mean, it's a long time, so we have to get those drawings in, find out what we need for the electrical, get the one-line diagrams going, and then we're gonna get a contractor to get those parts ordered. And then whoever we get to order the gear, it doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna build the school, but we need to get somebody on the contract to get them ordered and get those things going, because that long, as you know, you could have a school built if we didn't get those ordered and no power to it, because we couldn't get any of the electrical gear until after the fact.
So with all due respect, I appreciate what we're talking about is things being on back order, right? Long lead times. With all due respect, we already know what the usage of that building's gonna be based off the square footage. So to say that we need an architectural firm to order the switchgear and to order those long lead items, I apologize, I just don't agree with that, because we have that information already.
Mr. President, members of the board, yeah.
I could just go on and on, right? It's just my opinion. I apologize. I apologize to DLR on this, but I cannot support this. A miss is a miss, and it's a big one, and you all know it too.
DLR, do you have any comments?
I'm not going to argue the miss. I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but if we missed it, I take I'm accountable for that, and I understand what you're saying. I would hope that there was some other things that we could reference as well. I hope that we've given you good service, and that that in other respects that we've managed your projects well, and that there's some reasons to go with DLR other than fees and time. Regarding the electrical gear, our engineering team has reviewed that, and so it's not just picking what was at the previous school. It's going through a process of evaluating what the new codes require and what the loads are for a school of that, and what it would look like if it were to expand. So I have nothing else to say, but thank you for your consideration.
Mr. President, can I have the floor?
You may.
Mr. Aguirre, can you, I can't find the discrepancy, and I've been through this a couple times. Can you pinpoint what you're referring to?
So the miss would be on the transportation facility. The additional costs that we're gonna see there. DLR was directly responsible for telling us what the approximate cost to move the irrigation system was. We had presented to us that all of a sudden that cost is upwards of $540,000. If I remember correctly, we budgeted for approximately 140.
If it's my fault, I'll take responsibility, but I have no knowledge of the irrigation system. That was a negotiation that was done by the previous administration when when this district bought the land.
You were with us, David, then.
I was not involved in those negotiations.
DLR was with us. DLR advised. We asked questions on pricing. I remember the presentation.
Okay.
Because I had a problem with the irrigation back then, and that was the whole reason why I wanted it at Rainbow Valley to begin with. Because I knew that we were gonna run into larger problems, unforeseen problems, having it here at this site. Again, I don't think it's appropriate to continue to argue back and forth. All I'm saying is I apologize that I cannot support you on this particular project.
I understand.
Members, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a motion for item 7.5.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion for approval to hire DLR Group for preliminary schematic design through construction administration, work on school number 8.
I'll second it.
I have a motion, and a second, to approve DLR Group for preliminary schematic design through construction administration work on school number 8. My call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre.
No.
Board Member Bixler.
Nay.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I will show that I approve. 3 yes, 2 no.
Mr. President, may I explain my vote?
You may.
I appreciate DLR, and I recognize the administration brought this recommendation forward, and hoping to save time and resources. I haven't been on the board very long. I sat in the audience for a long time before getting on the board, and I remember some of these discussions. What I would ask of DLR is just kind of keep in mind the criticisms that the board has moving forward. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I also explain my vote. We have a long history with DLR. I believe in a couple other projects, they saved us several $100,000 as well. I'm not necessarily sure that this irrigation was a miss, the way prices are going, the way things are happening. For somebody to spitball a number, if that's the case, back when we were looking at this versus reality today, I'm seeing departments, fire departments all over the place miss numbers on budgets by well over $300,000 on equipment they're buying. So construction costs have changed, times have changed, and I would be quite honest, if the price changes again between now and when we actually do it, that could be real as well, because it's a ever moving target. But at the end of the day, Mr. Schmidt and DLR are always here. They're always on time. We've seen contractors miss meetings when they were awarded $1 million contracts. I know he's always available to staff. I heard that from previous administration. I've heard that from current administration. And if David is out playing volleyball somewhere, which he does, I'm told by his staff, about 7 days a week, there's always somebody that can pick up the phone and has done that for us as well. So I appreciate what you guys have done, and I recognize right now construction is volatile and prices are changing all the time.
Thank you.
All right, members, next up will be item 8.1. Possible action to convene an executive session pursuant to ARS 38431A1. It's discussion or consideration of assignment of a public officer. Discussion, let's see, Governing Board Policy CBI and CBIE. This is relating to the evaluation, mid-year evaluation of the superintendent. ARS 38431.03A3. Discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorneys or attorneys of the public body and the evaluation of the superintendent. Obviously, this is a personnel matter, so the law requires it to be an executive session. With that, I will take a motion for executive session.
I'll try it. Mr. President, I make a motion to go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431A1, discussion or consideration or of assignment of a public officer, Governing Board Policy CBI and CBI-E, which is the evaluation of the superintendent, and ARS 38-431.03A3, discussion or consultation of legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body. Evaluation of the superintendent.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second?
I believe the second was by Board Member Parks. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that we are convened to executive session at 7:06 PM. Okay, members, the time is now 8:19 PM. We are back in general session for our public meeting continuing. All 5 board members are still present. We will move on to item 8.3, discussion consideration to approve arts consumables intergovernment agreement. Ms. Camp.
Good evening, Mr. President, governing board members. Before you is a recommended IGA, intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Education in regards to an arts consumable grant. The state of Arizona budget set forth in SB 1720 contained an appropriation of $10 million for arts consumables. SB 1720 further noted, the appropriated amount for art consumables shall be distributed for grants of no more than $1,000 per recipient to public school arts teachers and any public school teachers for preschool through 3rd grade for art supplies, materials, and instructional aids that are of consumable in nature, as defined in the Uniform System of Financial Records prescribed by the Auditor General pursuant to Section 15271 of the Arizona Revised Statute. We would like to take advantage of this arts consumable grant for our teachers, and I have attached the IGA for your review, and all documents have been reviewed by legal.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, we'll move for a motion. Oh, go ahead.
Ms. Camp, it's $1,000 per recipient, art teachers and K3.
A3.
What's that work out dollar-wise for us? If we get 1,000 apiece?
You know what? I think I included it. Hold on one second. Let me just pull it up. It's on. I'm sorry, I did not have that ready. Oh, I might over here.
That's all right.
I might have printed it. $124,000.
So that would.
That's how much I'm asking for.
That would impact our, if we get it, that would impact our materials monies that we normally would be spending on that. We don't have to do that anymore, up to the tune of $100,000. Seems like a pretty good grant to me.
Okay, would you like to
I'm
make
gonna
a
put in
motion?
for the whole 124.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the arts consumable intergovernmental agreement.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the IGA for an arts consumable intergovernment, wait, let me rephrase that. It's an IGA to approve an arts consumable intergovernment agreement requesting $124,000. I call your name. If there's no discussion, we'll take a vote. Board Member Parks.
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre.
Yes.
Board Member Bixler.
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. Next on our agenda is 8.4, discussion and consideration to approve the revised gifted, oh, I think we pulled that one. My apologies. That one's been pulled. Got to get that out. Okay. 8.6, discussion consideration for the approval of the revised job description for procurement specialist. Ms. Strickler.
Mr. President, just point of clarification, on the website it says 8.5, on our printed it says 8.6, so.
Okay, so yeah, we did lose 8.5,
8.4 is what we took off.
right? But we don't have an 8.5.
I think it's the same thing from the paper to here, it's just 8.5 on here, 8.6 on here.
Okay. Do we want to check? We have this officially posted as an agenda item outside, correct? Okay. All right. Okay, then I'm comfortable. We'll proceed with this. Discussion consideration for the approval of the revised job description for procurement specialist. Ms. Strickler.
Mr. President, members of the board, this is a simple revision. In 2022, when there was one position and it was split into two, to the procurement specialist and the grant manager, inadvertently, the same responsibilities were left on page 2 of each job description. This revision is taking those responsibilities off of the procurement specialist who does not do those responsibilities.
Okay, thank you.
No other changes.
Board members, any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we approve Item number 8 what were we calling it, 5?
I think it'll be 8.5.
8.5, which is the approval of the revised job description for procurement specialist. Easy for you to say.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Bixler, a second by Board Member Parks to approve the revised job description for procurement specialist. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre?
Yes.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We will show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. We're now on to item 9.1, board comments or agenda topic requests.
Mr. President, because we're coming up on budgeting, I would like, probably in a board report, I'd like to see what the district outsources and the annual budget for those items.
Okay, staff, you understand his request? Okay.
And the second item, again, could be in a board report. We seem to continue to have a large carryover in the payroll account. I would like to have some idea of what that number is, and if I'd like to know what we can take out of there if we need to, because it's a lot of money.
Okay. Any other agenda topics?
Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Ma'am?
I would like for us to take a real close look at how we can promote better attendance. We know that if they're here, they learn. So how can we get them here more often?
Okay.
If I could, I'd like to see a review in a governing board meeting of policy JR-R and any other policy that has to do with taking photos of children while in school.
Okay, anything else? Okay, staff, I had requested earlier to look at a hard numbers of proficient and non-proficient students in ELA and math, if we could just make sure that request is put together. Also, I'd like to look at, again, in that same presentation, look at the budget for the remainder of the year for what we can do to increase grade performance. Not just budget, but is it the staffing model? But I'd like to come back with a comprehensive plan quickly to look at what we can do to get those numbers up and put us moving forward at an advanced rate. Also, I continue to hear a lot about data. I'd really like to discuss this a little bit more, the who, what, where, why, and how. And I'll just put it out there, but what I hear from teachers is they're inundated with data requests, and it seems like anybody that gets a paycheck from the district can request them to log data, and they're not sure who they need to be answering to and who they shouldn't answer to. And a lot of teachers are saying they're having to report data in 2 and 3 spots. So I think we need to come up with a plan from our teachers and our staff of how data is truly being captured, what we're really doing with it, how that comes back, and then do some annual reviews or probably even twice annual reviews for that. But then also what I hear from teachers a lot is, well, after we put all this in, then we have to get it prepared for our reading interventions. We have to grade papers, we have to do this. Maybe they could help do that. So I think we need to really drill down with the staff and find out what the concerns of data are, where they're all at. I think it's pretty fair to tell the staff that here's their chance to speak up, and then we make some moves from there and look at that. I stopped short of saying we need to create a data committee, but I think we may be headed there at some point, just with the amount of data and the misunderstanding from a lot of staff of how many places they have to put it, where do they have to put it, and I think they're more appreciative if they understand really what's coming of it. So if we could talk about that in a future future meeting, sooner than later, that would be great. Aside from that, we have 10.1 upcoming board meetings. We have a meeting on January 8th, January 29th. January 8th, by the way, will be a board organizational meeting, which is required by statute each year, and then a regular board meeting right after. January 29th, 2024 is a regular board meeting. February 12th, 2024, and February 26th are our next regular board meetings. With that, we'll move to 11.1, adjournment of the meeting.
Mr. President, I move we adjourn.
I will second.
A motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. When I call your name, please specify your vote. Board Member Parks?
Yes.
Board Member Aguirre?
Yes.
Board Member Bixler?
Aye.
Board Member Kenyon?
Aye.
I'm also an aye. We'll show that that's a 5-0, and we are adjourned at 8:30 p.m.